Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Storm of Night, and over there's a zombie, apparently. Hello, zombie head, way over there in the distance. Put you on top of my hat. There we go. Oh, the drift from the camera, there's no easy way to... Wait, if I let go, it'll stop. There we go. I have a dot. Anyway... This is Storm of Night, and welcome back to the Performium network on the Wild SMP Minecraft server, which you can join if you go to mc.performium.net as the server. You can play on Performium yourself. It is free. There's lots of different servers and things to do, mini games, and most importantly to me, the Wild SMP, which is where I live. Over here on top of a giant math structure that is slowly rising into the sky to become a monument that towers over the clouds, a monument to my nerdiness. It is, ooh, monument, ooh, there's another M word. I went for some more alliteration today, and I think I got, including Minecraft, I got 6 words in a row starting with M. If I were, let's game it out, it would be but I'm not, so it isn't. It's just lots of M's. Anyway, today I plan on working some more on this project here, and just kind of having a lower stress day. So also no fallout shelter today. I've got a bunch of different things going on there still, juggling some stuff around, and it's almost every time I launch it, there's some hectic stuff going on. So I figure it's not worth the stress today. So I'm going to just be playing Minecraft. I will also be playing, let's see here. There we go, Pincremental. You can see it on the screen now. Pincremental up there in the top right. But let's, well, first let's do this. Do I have a shulker farm? I do not have a shulker farm yet. Wait. Are you in those grinders? They are not mine. Anyway, had someone asking around for some mob grinders, and I took them down to the ones just down the street over that way. Smokey and Lord Pokes. You're out of space. Do PV1. So anyway, I'm going to be working on this today, chilling to music. I've just remembered I need to post my stream link. Let's go grab that link from over here on my FAQ channel, where it says my links are YouTube, and gives my YouTube link, Patreon, my Patreon link, Streamlabs, my Streamlab link, and then my 2 books, Vacancy on Samson Lane and My Father's Son, links to both of those, as well as some other info about my Discord, which you can join using the link down below, speaking of link, the Discord link. And when you do join, just pick a role, YouTube, Performium, whatever, and you'll be able to see the rest of the stuff that's going on my server. And you can ask Cuddles and Johnny. There's just probably way more stuff than you have time to look at, just constantly going on my server automatically. It's great. Shrink that down, go streaming my wild mega build project on, boop, and then let's go all, cut, paste, and then, oh, I should add, come listen to chill music while I build. All X, paste. There we go. And now let's go over to Wild, get this busy work, or Candy, I mean. Get this busy work out of the way. Move around a bit so that I can paste in chat. Did I? Oh. There we go. Ta-da! And poof, back to Wild. Like a fart in a breeze. Gone but not forgotten. Speaking of a fart in a breeze, my YouTube rank is now the one that supersedes the club ranks. So there I am on the top left. Feels good, man. It feels good not to be the little blue diamond club, for sure. But I have questions. Junebug is Lapis rank, I thought. And it shows Junebug as unranked. The tab list is weird. It has been behaving strangely since the 1.20 patch that Mac the Mac did. It's misbehaving. Weird. Anyway, before I get into everything else, let me bring up this so that I can say thank you to all the fine people who are helping to support the stream and support what I'm doing with the channel and all that. And right now, the people who are able to do that through Patreon are Elmaze11, Zogma, Infinium, Sean, Robert, Camp Little Cuddles, and the illustrious X-Blaze Ninja Zero. Hello and welcome all. Having you guys on the crew is just, it's wonderful. I love having the time to spend with you guys and everything else. It is great to be able to do things with you guys and for you guys, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, maybe I could have a little bit more caffeine, because you know, you can never have enough caffeine. Speaking of caffeine, I am drinking some more of my caramel chocolate iced coffee concoction, and so good. I'm definitely going to be in the bathroom later. So let's hide this. Let's actually, before I nose into it, let's see, is there, oh, I have enough to make some purchases of favors. Let's do this and that, and I'm not going to full screen the pink remendal. It's just a little misshapen window in the corner anyway, so I might as well just leave it as is, not do the extra work to get it to fit. Yucky, Cuddles. It's coffee, it's not yucky. Coffee is not yucky. Cuddles also doesn't like hot tea. Okay, there's that, and Sonic and Tails HQ, hello! Welcome, greetings, fellow space traveler. Let's see here, my inventory is full of chiseled deep slate. The music is playing. I think we are good to go. Boop, boop, boop. Let's get building. I took a nap earlier today, and it was apparently so engrossing that hello and welcome to the family, Jared Holmberg. Thank you for subscribing. Look at that. And that's how I know that that goober yesterday didn't actually subscribe. Because it would have made the lovely noise, and they would have gotten their own little UFO and an alert, and everyone would be able to hear the alarm of their joining. Fun fact, the word alarm is just short for all to arms. And alert is all to Urta, which was apparently the word for a tower, all to the tower. All Urta, alert. Language is fun. Let's see here. Okay, that window is good. Do this, buy that, click on those, and then let this run for a while. Good. Now it can idle. So anyway, my dreams, I have no idea what they were, but they were so engrossing that I slept straight through my alarm that I set to wake up, and I got a late start today. because when I woke up, I was already even hungrier than normal. Why is... Oh, because I went to candy. Hold on. Tea time at noon. The weather clear. Always sunny. Always noon. No storms. And if you hear thunder, it's phantom thunder. Because even though I do the weather clear, if it is storming, it'll still be storming. There will still be thunder. I just won't see the lightning. But let's see here. I had scribbled, or rather, I thought I had scribbled an interesting note amidst my sleep regarding my dreams, because I thought, this is something I could add to one of my stories. Then when I got up, I looked at my note, and it was just a squiggle of ink on a piece of paper. There were no letters, no words, nothing. It was just... It was below the quality of a doctor's signature. It was just a squiggle. It wasn't shorthand or note hand or anything like that. It was just a doodle. And I was very excited when I got up. I thought, oh, that's right, I made a note. Let's see what that says. And I looked at the piece of paper, and it was worse than a question mark. So either I was channeling some ancient language, and only my subconscious will ever be able to know what it was that I wrote, or part of the dream was waking up to write down a note, and that would be even funnier. Hello, George. What do you mean, sorry you're late? I'm the one who's late. It's 8:30. I didn't get started until about 20 minutes ago. Usually my streams start somewhere close to 7:15, 7:20, something like that. I'm the late start, but welcome. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I guess my brain needed some sleep. And who am I to argue with my brain? My brain says I need sleep. I have to defer to its sage wisdom. Green. Hello. Hello, sir. And or madam. You never know. They might identify as an Apache attack helicopter. Ah, that was weird. Hi, Cuddles. A wild Cuddles has appeared. Oops, oops, oops. Come on, let's get my toes right above the block so I can drift listlessly up through space. Speaking of drifting through space, I am refining my story and script for the series that I'm hoping to put together for YouTube, and am incorporating some more games into the storytelling, including content from space engineers. What's this here? The voices. I like. My head, help me. Warden? The Warden, all the Warden can do is give you more voices. That's how they do. They obliterate you with sonically charged blasts. But to avoid this, just remember to crouch and walk on wool blocks. And you'll be fine. You'll be just fine. Vote for the armadillo? Yes. Actually, I wish they would stop giving us the choice and just give us all the things. Because in a previous vote, which I'm sure must have been rigged, people said, I want the phantoms, because I want to be able to not feel safe at night. I don't believe people picked the phantom. I don't. I believe that something went haywire and people didn't really have the say. Do I have 60 glowing item frames? To get the glowing item frames, just make a normal item frame and then right click it with a glow ink. Or I think maybe you craft it with a glow ink. Here, let me see here. Craft, glow. Oh no, you just craft an item frame with a glowing sack. Do I have 50? No, I don't. Or 60 for that matter. How are you guys doing in the chat today? Oops. Wasn't there just one of you before? Have you discovered cloning? If we can get 5 of them, it'll turn back into 1. Did you push your friend off? That's so cruel. I like it. Speaking of campfires, there is a wonderful phenomenon where most people have this shared experience that when you sit around a campfire, it seems like you're always in the place where the smoke is. It's as if the smoke is attracted to you specifically when you are around a campfire or a bonfire or anything like that. And the fun thing about this is you're not wrong. It is attracted to you. And here's why. If you are sitting close enough to an open fire, then what is happening is you are causing an inflow obstruction for it pulling the oxygen in for the campfire. And what this does is it causes airflow irregularity and makes it so that the smoke, which while it does for sure go up, it also goes in the direction of the outbound airflow. And the outbound airflow will always go towards where there is an obstruction, speaking of fire. So no matter where you sit around a campfire or bonfire, you will be sitting where the smoke is going to be. It is just physics. Some people think that they just have this magical ability to always sit in the wrong spot. Nope, that's everyone. Everyone has that shared experience. The smoke is not out to get you, but it is your fault. You have the power to move campfire smoke. And if you know this, you can find the optimum place to sit, and then you put your back to the campfire, and you can cause the smoke to go towards annoying people, thereby using your knowledge of physics to make someone else's evening a little bit more interesting. You can bring the smoke to them. Now it does depend on the size of the fire and the other local weather conditions and stuff like that. But you can arrange it so that you are sitting in just the right spot. And this works best on the windless nights, because with no wind, you absolutely are in control of the airflow. Starlight is diamond. They're another one whose name isn't showing up right. That is so weird. Banish is right. Banish is the correct color. Junebug is wrong. Zetteldwagon, not Mr. Merlin, and Mr. Lancelot are all gold. So they're right. Starlight should be diamond. Slash Est is bedrock. Mr. Merlin is netherite. Real Time MC is amethyst. Little Cuddles is diamond club. Those are all right. But I think the Drakon is unranked. And I think Basil World or Basil World is also unranked. Which is funny, you can get dirt rank for free by just going ranks and clicking on dirt and then going back to hub and coming back. One thing about bounty heads, you can't get your own. I tried. One of my only deaths on this server was caused by me trying to shoot myself in the head after giving myself a bounty. As a matter of fact, let's see here. Statistics. Where's deaths? think I've only died like 3 times, something like that. Number of deaths, 3 right there. I tend to try to avoid situations that will lead to my death. That's a general good rule of thumb in, you know, all walks of life. Give me that. Battleworld has dirt rank. So they should also be showing up, or wait, does dirt rank show up differently than the unranked in the tab list? That's something I'm not sure of. I thought that it was a slightly different color. Yeah. Okay, so maybe it's still the same color. Do I have 19 campfires? Maybe. To the warehouse. To the floor of light. Also, hi, Bill Scott. Oh, I went past campfire. I have both kinds of campfires, and I have 29 campfires. You wanted how many? 19. I can do that. Trade. Banish. Just in case there was someone else with ban in their title. At this rate, it seems like I'm supplying all of your build. Let's see here, back. I need to make some more campfires. Actually, I need to start making a lot of the things. I need to set a goal of getting my minimum stock for a certain number of items every day so that I can have them. So that I don't get to a situation where maybe someone in a week is going to say, hey, can I have 10 campfires? And I'll be like, oh yeah, sure, I have I have exactly 10 campfires. Because I'm going to need them for decorations anyway. And light. Campfires make for good light. But I plan on using the snuffed out campfires for a sort of a, I guess a canopy is a good enough word, but the overhang over like a porch or whatever, the deck, technically that would be called the deck, because the word deck basically means lid or cap or top. A porch is one that has no covering. A deck is a porch with a lid. Do I know how to get glowing item frames? Yes, I do know, and I even brought that up earlier. I think it was you who asked that made me look it up. You need to craft an item frame and then use that item frame in the crafting window with a glow ink sac. I do not have a steady supply of glow ink sacs or glow item frames. In fact, I don't even know if a regular squid spawner will produce glow squid if you put it in the right conditions. That's good question, actually. I guess another good question is, do we even have squid spawners on this server? I thought I brought one over from Duck. I thought for sure I rescued a squid spawner, but that may have been one of the ones that regrettably we had to leave behind due to lack of gems, because you can put stuff in Global Vault, and so I can do this and it would give me a discount for the club membership and all that, but you have to spend thousands of gems just to transfer some individual items. Some items it's just a few dozen gems, or 100 or something like that, but that's still a lot more gems than many people have. And so when they closed down Duck, we tried to rescue as much stuff as we could, because we were going to be moving here. Let's see here. Like this right here, my space helmet. My original space helmet. I have a slight upgrade. Oh, speaking of totems, I was thinking of making a totem pole of player heads. Like, not the bounty heads, not the skulls, but I mean actually building smallish representations of some player heads and making a totem pole out of them. Not say the 16 by 16 size player heads, but just a smaller representation, so maybe like 5 by 5 or something like that. A hint at what the actual player head really was. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of designing for that. And the purpose for the totem pole heads is highway decoration, let's say, for the route that's going to be connecting one of spawn roads to a horde highway. But that is a future plan. It's going to take a bit of creative decision making, and it's definitely not a put into work tomorrow task. This is, well, first off, I'm going to have to get the highway in place, and I'm a long way from having that ready, and I won't have the highway in place until I at least have the outer perimeter of the ruins of Lordaeron in place. I want people to have something to look at. Hello, fellas. Have you come to my TED Talk? Yep. Are you gonna push your friend off? Come on, do it. Do it. How synchronized of them. They're trying really hard. Oh well. That's one thing about these servers where keep inventory is on. it makes Totems of Undying pretty much useless. Because, like, even if you go into a PvP battle, yeah, if you die, you get, and you have a bounty, your head drops and the other player gets your head and all that kind of stuff. But, if you're going for who's the better fighter, even if you have a Totem of Undying and it pops, yeah, you didn't die, but you still lost. So, on a server like this, Totems of Undying are basically useless. Which is why price totem, let's see here, price totem of Undying. Oh, on this server you can't even sell the totems. At least on Duck they were a penny a piece. Man, that feels like an awful lot of blocks. I guess it's right. It just feels like a lot. Oh. I'm noticing something. Something important. I need to put in an extra bit here on all of that. Because that needs to come up to there. Glad I caught that now. Let me finish this perimeter. And then I'll go back and touch those spots up. At least it's the same amount of time, whether I got it the first go or not. It's not like I have to go tear things down and rebuild, it's just a little bit more building. Actually, the same amount of building, just a different order. No, no. Yeet. Yeetus creepus. Yeah, this is... just feels like a lot. I mean, it is a lot. It feels like a lot too. So other than that sudden wave of a handful of viewers earlier who came in and were talking about the warden and all that, Bill Scott, I don't know if I've seen you before, but clearly you're from Performium, and you know that Basil, whatever, is dirt rank. I just don't know who you are. And while I love a good mystery, I would also love to know who you are so I can properly say hi. Want this base is pretty... Want to see this base, it's pretty cool. I will come look at that in just a moment. Let me make this little ring here. There we go. PPA nab ban. Purchase that. Come over here. Oh, this looks like... Oh. This is unclaimed. Oh. Oh, my alarm. This alarm doesn't count today. Oh, that's a way to make it so that these lights don't look terrible from the top without making it too knobby. You just put a pressure plate. That's actually not a bad idea. Yoink the screenshot for that. Nice little Japanese build. Yeah, this is Killer Goose's place. Or Killer Goose is taking this place. Oh, look at that. We've got Dilligaf's area. Whose name means, do I look like I give a heck? Haha! Putting in the little shelf. Hey! A dirt hovel, if ever I saw one. Random pig. Actually, let's... You moved! Oh, you stopped! It's like he knew. Let's get that pig out of here so that more mobs can spawn elsewhere. I am going to make you love me. Hello. Give me hearts. No, that's not hearts. Hey, you gave me hearts. Good for you. Now give me leather. Hiya. And you. You're a beautiful horse. Wait, Cuddles, I believe you said something about club memberships have the ability to saddle horses. Do-do-do. Come on, love me. I said love me. You are a stubborn horse. So you stay right there, horsey. Home warehouse. I'm going to go get a saddle. That would be on this floor here. Yes. meat, soup, shears, saddle. Back. Okay, let's get on you. Let's inventory. Put the saddle in. Oh, can't. Not allowed to use this type of inventory. Nope. Because I'm the upper... Oh, punch it with the saddle. Yeah. Oh! Right click. Oh, I had to punch it and then right click it. Oh! I have a horse. Not that great of a jumper. But I have a horse. I have a horse with a saddle. Who's this? Always wear hard hats when entering mine. 22 Corp Columbia mine. Stick. Boop. Ranger. Ah, you were on yesterday. Yeah, you are repeating yourself on that. I'm not going to come look at it, but if it's a terribly bad word, you can always report it. Hello, brown horse. I am going to get some leather out of you, but it needs to be tenderly loved leather, gently massaged. That's what makes the best leather. Hey, got it. Thank you. So, what are my coordinates here? Positive, positive. That means I have to go many thousands to get home. And you can't fly a horse. So, let's do this. Oh, horsey. Horsey! No, no. Okay, now. There we go. You go in here. And then I go like this, and I go claim. And now I have this, and I go set home. Well, let's do this. Set home horse. Something for future me to deal with. And I'll probably forget this exists, and there we go. GG on the power level 100. That means you're doing stuff. Okay. Actually, maybe 16? 15? 15. Bleh. Okay, blarg. There we go. Slash back. Oh. I'm here. Home cube 1. Let's do this. There we go. Did I move? Oh. Cooldown. And up the elevator. So I need to put these little deals in all the way around, and I need to put one here as well. The transition, like I was saying yesterday, the transition from a big empty void space like this to the area above it is, you have to really be paying attention, otherwise what'll happen is what has happened to me. Go. I'll just go ahead and put these little studs in like this. And you go down there. Stuck the landing, good for you. Okay. I remember when I was making the crocheted blanket based on this pattern, I also, when I got to an area after the void spaces, several times I had to frog back through my work and redo it because I would ignore filling in the solid parts that had not been part of the project for a while, and so the pattern wasn't in my head all the time. Then I would step back and look at my progress and go, wait a minute, this doesn't line up. Oh no. Stone Tootsie's another one of those. No, they're blue now. They're blue. Why isn't Junebug? Why isn't Junebug blue? And also Starlight. Starlight, Starbright. First star I see tonight. I wish I may. I wish I might have this wish. I wish tonight. A poem that a lot of people know, and they probably have not recited it for most of their life. Unless, of course, you have kids, at which point you probably recited it much more recently. But yeah, okay, that goes there. And then there's the big hole. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Who is that? Light Bright. Ah. After reciting that poem, it reminded me of the jingle for Light Bright, which was basically a light board that you put a piece of paper in front of, and then you stabbed little bits of plastic, transparent plastic, and the light would come through as the color of that plastic. And so you could make pixel art by stabbing cardboard with plastic daggers. It was great. The jingle was light bright, turn on the magic of colored light. It occurs to me that if I was automatically enrolled in whatever this new thing that YouTube is doing, where it fills in some of your video description with categorically relevant things to stuff you're talking about in your stream or in your video, then there's this slim chance that me talking about things in my stream will cause there to be... Oh, you just went all the way... Wow! Good job, buddy! Nice landing! Anyway, it means that... if I'm not careful, my descriptions are going to become pretty interesting, because I talk about everything under the sun. Okay. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. 6 is correct. 2 sets of 3. Sweet deal. I don't know, are light brights still around? It seems like something relatively simple and common. I just don't know. I mean, I know I could probably hop on eBay and get one, a used one, but they still make them? Used to be you could go to any department store and find the coloring book section, and there would be at least one coloring book dedicated to little tear out pages that perfectly fit on a light bright, and they would have the color coding so that instead of coloring, you would use them as templates for making the pixel art. People wonder why Minecraft is so popular. Three-dimensional pixel art. You can build whatever you please. Lego, Minecraft, light bright. Heck, I used to use Paint, just, you know, Microsoft Paint to do fractals by hand. It was great. One of my favorite fractals is building a Menger Sponge with pixels. Nice. It's nice to know things from my childhood still are useful for keeping people entertained. Ooh, I'm looking at the sun. Without sunglasses, oh no. Wait, no, I'm safe. I have that special tinted beacon, you see. It blocks the UV. What? Oh. Oh yeah, if I am going to get a light bright, if anyone is going to want to get a light bright, while it is nice to get brand new shiny stuff, if you're getting one for personal use, it doesn't need to be brand new shiny. What you do is you go on eBay and you look for a lot that has a whole bunch of light bright stuff in it all together. About 20 years ago, just on a whim, I bought a light bright and I was using it for putting the ads in my shop because I thought, you know what would look cool is, you know, the large light bright boards, because you get different sizes, or you used to have different size ones, and the large ones had enough space that you could write messages, and I would just put like a daily message in my shop and have it in light bright, and I thought I could get a whole bunch of these and make an even bigger message. And so I hopped on eBay and I found just a ton of them in a lot. Scarfed that up. Oops. Lots are great. You can get a whole bunch of something, almost start a whole collection of something for a lot cheaper than buying things piecemeal. Okay, now this one. Hey, perfect time. But yeah, I put the light bright board next to one of those dry erase boards or grease boards or whatever that you can put a black light next to, and it's a black board, and you have these fluorescent markers or whatever. I'm sure you've seen them in front of Mexican restaurants and stuff, advertising their food of the day. I figured what better way to complement that sort of glow-in-the-dark theme with the black space background than to have a light bright. Worked pretty well too. And during that time, I was doing garage sales all the time. And so I started just being on the lookout for light bright stuff at garage sales. And it's amazing how you start noticing things when you're actually paying attention for them. And the phenomena of this is most readily demonstrated by if you think that you're getting stuck at red lights, you'll notice every red light, but you won't notice all the green lights, even though there are plenty green lights that you go through. And if you are watching for something, especially if it's something that is, or at least was, fairly common, you're going to notice that thing suddenly just showing up everywhere you're looking. I need to figure out on Space Engineers, I need to figure out how the whole blueprinting thing works. That way I can get some designs from elsewhere and try to build stuff. Oops, I didn't mean to do these. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Ah, really big flat grassland. If not, I have no idea. Okay, I don't know where a big flat grassland is. I know where big flat areas are that have been made flat by players, but they are all owned because people who have enough claims to terraform tend not to let their claims go unclaimed. So sadly, I don't have a solution. I don't have a place saved for that. Most of the areas that I have earmarked are ones that are sources of things that you can't get anywhere else. So, like for instance, if I want parrots, I'm going to have to go to a jungle, so I have a couple jungles. If I want ice and packed ice, I'm going to have to go to where that lives. And a few other places like that, I have some set homes. But if it's just, you know, a field, I don't really have a use for that because I can make a field. There we go. Oh, you're starting on your castle. Nice. Also, regarding your castle. I believe it's your castle that you wanted to have the hoppers for the build. Would an anvil be able to work in its place? It's the right color and almost-ish the right shape and size. Would an anvil be a suitable replacement for your hopper need? Uh-oh, I've asked a thinking question. Oh no. I can smell the burning hamster wheel from here. Speaking of hamsters, when I was a kid, I had, at 2 different points, I had a pet gerbil, and then I also had a pet hamster. The pet hamster was adorable. It loved attention. It loved its little toys and its little gadgets and gizmos and everything else. And it was just a cute little fur ball. The gerbil was a mean, grumpy brat. And I ended up not keeping it because it got to the point where every time I would even get close to the cage, it would try to nip at my fingers. Did you know? Even though they are not carnivorous, they sure can bite flesh pretty well. That little brat drew blood. Like, a lot. And sometimes it was like, I wasn't even paying attention to how close I was to the cage. And then I would just have this sharp stabbing feeling in my shoulder or my hand because I didn't realize, oh, I'm touching the gerbil cage. Turns out, it's because while I wasn't in my room, sometimes a sibling who shall remain nameless would come in and rile up my gerbil. I did not find out about this until I was already an adult. Now apparently, riling up animals was not an unheard of thing for said sibling. There was an event where the cat clawed their eyeball because the cat was getting roughhoused and riled up. You know, looking back at the way they behaved in lots of different situations, I should not be surprised about the tendencies and the behavior of that sibling. Let's see here. Banish. Now you've got 5 bars. Lag, huh? Let me look around and see what sort of lag you're talking about. First off, 2 claims nearby. Found 0 claims in this area, so that means the claims are more this way. I don't know what the lag would be from. I'm not feeling any lag. I'm not getting chunks disappearing and reloading. I see the area that you're working in. I'd like to know where these 2 claims are that I'm detecting. This big flat spot up here. Aha! Okay. This doesn't feel like it'd be a source of a lag, though. I don't know. I don't know what would be causing that. Nothing around here seems to be causing a heavy load. This is about to despawn, or unclaim, I mean, this up here. They built with TNT. And in I go. What you got down here? Tsunami Slam. We've got Creepy Boys. Nether Portal. Enchanting Table. And the top of the thing. Okay. And a shulker with mystery contents. And you got these from the End City. Berry bushes. An unclaimed field versus a claimed. You can usually tell where a claim stops because farms are torn up. Although this is replanted. Got some bamboo. Interesting. So sometime in the next 4 days, if this person doesn't come back on, this should probably all be available for taking. This is just right up the hill from where you are. Anyway, back to work. What step was I on? I had done that, I did that, and that. Okay. I got some more favors. Purchase this. I only need to get 5 favors. I should have got the other one first. There we go. It occurs to me, going back to the whole light bright thing, I could probably find some old light bright patterns and just make some light bright boards in Minecraft. And here's what I mean by that. If you have a map, it will take the average, the average block for a grid point, let's call it, and determine what the color should be to represent that grid point. Now, a grid point on the smallest maps is 1-to-1. 1 pixel equals 1 object. But on the higher level maps, the 2-to-1s, the 4-to-1s, and so on, it looks at, say, a 2x2 area and says, all right, the average color for this spot is such and such. And the way it figures it out is it says, all right, what's the most color for this spot? Now, what you can do with this is set up each grid area with the same layout, the same, let's say, 4 different colors. Or 8 different colors or something like that. And then have a piston arrangement that pushes things in and out of place so that one visible spot, say this little hole right here, could have a red block, a blue, a yellow, or a black, for instance. And then the whatever picture you want it to be, you press a lever and it goes ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk with all of the different pistons and changes what the key block is. And so you have, say, blue, blue, red, red, yellow, yellow, black, black. And then here, whatever this one is will determine what this 3x3 grid is going to be on the map. And then it'll change that spot to that color. And as you're holding the map, you press the button and your map will change to a new picture. I could probably do something with that, light bright wise, and have a great big changing map. It would be a little complex, but it would be still doable on the server. A fun little thing. Huh. I'm getting ideas. Yeah, ideas. No, more ideas. Yeah, when I get ideas, blocks start getting used. I forgot who it was that was asking, how do I have the patience for doing stuff like this? My ultimate response is, how do you not? How do you not have the patience to see through things that you want to get done? I don't have enough time in my life to do all the stuff that I want to do. It's not about patience, it's just about doing stuff. Oh, that was you? Did you have an off-kilter layer, Cuddles? Well, the long and short of how I have the patience to do this is I attribute some of what you would call patience to the hyperfocus, which is one of the symptoms of ADHD and autism. And also, to some extent, anxiety. I've got the trifecta. I've got a condition I call autism, anxiety, and ADHD. All 3 A's. It's great. But because of that, when I get an idea, I can lose days to that idea. Or I get a new interest and I will hyper focus on it. The issue is, because I have ADHD, I also have too many interests, and so my hyper focus switches from one thing to another to another. But I have an awful lot of big stuff that I generally have the layout for, and so it isn't so much a patience thing, it's just a, well, I have time to work on this today, so I'm going to work on this. And then by the end of the day, I realize, oh, I haven't eaten or anything else today. I've worked on just this project exclusively, and now it's time for bed. And tomorrow, it's a new thing. What's this? Yeah, yes, I have the trifecta. It is. Some people call it a superpower. It's not really a superpower. Actually, it's more like a super curse. So you do that, this, that. Okay. Because no matter how much of a normal human mask I can put on and seem like, everything is just peachy and I can fit in with whatever environment I find myself, it's not true. It's just a mask. I'm really good at masks, but it's just a mask. Internally, there is an opossum going ah all the time. I see you, red eyeballs. Yeet. Yeah, flattening things out is an arduous task. You have to do a little bit of up and down. Terraining is not easy. I would rather do what I'm doing right here than terraining. I can do terraining. I can do terraining really well if I world edit. I'm really good at terrains with world edit. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head the six-way color setup for using pistons. Actually, no. Well, I mean, it can be more than six. It's let's say you've got a hole that goes down like this, and you've got multiple layers of colors. The bottom layer can have 4. The top layer has to have 3 and a glass block. And the glass block will allow the bottom one to show through. Glass block? Glass block. So you could have, if you went with 2 layers, yeah, I knew you were coming. I knew you were coming. Here. Go in the hole. Bye. No, that's, okay, that works too. The bottom one can have 4. But the top one at most can have only 3 and then a glass block so that whatever is on the bottom layer can show through. So the top one is 3, and then every layer below that has to be 3 until you get to the bottom layer, at which point that can be 4. So it could be 3 and then 4, that'd be 7 colors. It could be 3, 3, 4, that's 10, 3, 3, 3, 4, that's so on and so forth. For every layer, you get to have 3 more, but the bottom layer gets to be 4, and the top layers above it, any number of them, can only have a maximum of 3 colors. So there are a lot of different options you can have for doing that sort of thing in Minecraft, but in order to get it to look right, you kind of need to do just the top layer, because then you start getting into the north-south shading issue. If you have a block that is higher to the north, it'll cause a dark shadow. Or if the block is itself the tall block, it'll be brighter than any of the same color nearby it. And so, in order to get it to work most effectively, it's best to just have a 4-block palette. And you can, if you have enough blue and yellow, you can make green. Red and yellow, you can make orange. Blue and red, you can make purple. It's just, you know, like the newspaper printing thing. They only use 4 colors. Cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Same thing with your printer. But it's certain amounts of it. Here, shoot me. Shoot me. Or give up. That works too. You have the 4 basic colors, and they just get pixelated enough to look like some of the in-between stuff. And you can do that same thing on the Minecraft maps. And there is a 4-way piston setup. I remember what it is. It's a 5-way piston setup. Okay, so you've got the 4, say, that are down, they're stored down at this level so they can be under everything. And then you get one more piston that pushes it up to the ground level and then pulls it back down when you want to swap out for another color. That's what it is. Oops. So it's the 5-piston setup. Which means... I mean, I guess I could do that with a 3x3 area. The wiring would be a pain in the butt, honestly. Oh, no. If I did a larger area, it would still be the same ratio. I would just need to have, say, 3 of one, 3 of another, 3 of another, 3 of another, and then the 4th one would be the piston operated one. So I could scale it up to be a bigger map, and that would give me plenty of room for redstone. But that would be a massive map art. And getting redstone to work on something that size would be just awful, because you only get to load 4 chunks. Well, counting where you are plus 3 chunks away, you only get to load 4 chunks in a line. So redstone signals would misbehave at that scale. So I'm not sure I could do that. How to think about that? I could do a sort of a game show kind of thing, where it could be 4 players standing. Oh, I guess I need to also do this back bit here. Standing in their own quadrant, and then they pick an answer, and because a player is in that area holding their map, the whole map would update, because there would be someone keeping all of the different parts of it chunk loaded. And so the game host or whatever would just need to be holding the map, and then all the other parts would update. That would be feasible on here. Difficult, but feasible. Because honestly, redstone's not that hard to come by. There's plenty of it to dig up, and as long as you have wishes, you technically have an infinite supply of redstone dust. So that's never going to be a problem. sticky pistons. It's just a matter of slime and iron. But I mean, that wouldn't be too bad. The circuitry for the place would be astounding, though. However, getting it to stay within the confines of each little quadrant, that would reduce some of the issues, unless everyone pushed their button at the same time. Huh. It's a thought. It is a thought. Ooh, I have enough to buy this. And now everything on here and on here and on here is automatic, and I will just be slowly accumulating investors. Except, oh, for this incremental game, which if I extend this, well, oh, never mind. That just does funny things to that part. If you get to the building tier, the side business area, you have to be strategic with which ones you purchase first. Retain the auto cash out, very important. Retain all basic upgrade retainers, very important. That way you don't even have to worry about this whole first layer. Keep auto paddles. That's the next thing that's going to be super helpful for getting you more points at the beginning. And then auto buy arcade multi. The arcade multi is this thing right here. And this is one of the things that makes it so that AFKing is slow for this game. And as long as you can auto buy this, this will make all those purchases and give you the triple every time it makes the purchase while you are AFK. So that's nice. I don't know what I'm going to buy next on here, but I'm not worried about that. I'm just going to let it run. Have a little pinball in the corner. Because now it is at that point where I don't need to think about it. I can just get the things while I'm building. Nice. I have confirmed that if you minimize this window for the incremental game, it doesn't keep going. It pauses the game effectively. I was so sad. I watched a movie and I thought, I'm going to be coming back after this movie and spending some points. Nope. Watched the movie, came back, it was right where I left it. Placing lots of blocks today. Yep, double confirmation. It wasn't just your imagination. Oh. No. My mouse wiggled. So I am thinking about making a purchase of like a cheap little $30 receipt printer. Hear me out. I have lots of different recipes that I like to make from time to time, and keeping track of what needs to be gotten each time can be a bit of a pain, writing down the list every time. And then there's the matter of getting out a whole new piece of paper, or trying to find where your other list was, so you can go, oh, I need to keep reusing this one scrap of paper until all of it is used up. If instead I were to, say, get a receipt printer and then enter the parameters so that if I wanted to, say, scan or type in the meal plan, it would just simply print out the shopping list that I need in order to get the recipe made. And then I could just add a little bit of extra code to add a few more things, say have a spot for some fill-in stuff, to add additional things, and just go pushing buttons and go, all right, add this, print, and go shopping with that. Just take the receipt out the door, and that's my shopping list. That seems like it would be a fantastic way of organizing my stuff, and I've been looking around, and I think I can get an okay one for about $30. And if I can get this to work, I'm just going to be happy as a clam. Then I just need to write up the randomizer for all right, what are we having for dinner this weekend? And press the randomizer, and it automatically dumps it out to the receipt and prints it out. Brainless, except all the brain at the front. That's the best way to do it. You put all the brain at the very front, and then you don't have to do any braining from there on, unless there's, troubleshooting. How do I get a beacon as a head? All right. There's a command called hat. Now, it used to be available starting at a different rank. I'm going to look through. On my Discord, I made a pin in my Performium channel that lists all the ranks, including dirt, and what you get at that rank for the first time. So, for instance, now at dirt rank, you get, well, the dirt prefix, and you also get the TPA command. You can teleport to someone. You also get /kit dirt. Oh, I haven't done kit dirt in a long time. But, like, for instance, at iron rank, for the first time, you are able to open 3-star mystery boxes. Actually, I think you can open 3-star. No. You can open 1 and 2 star at dirt rank or unranked, and then at 3 stars iron. All right. But like, for instance, you can get kit iron. You have 2-player vaults, so you get access to PV2, and each different rank has more things that are available for the first time. So like Lapis rank, you get the condense command. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for where hat shows up first. Feed. Aha! Diamond. Diamond rank, you get hat. And the way it works is make sure you don't wear anything. Ow! I did that right when I took my thorns off and he showed up and hit me. He knew it was coming. And you put something in your hand and you go /hat. And there I go. I'm wearing whatever was in my hand on my head as a hat. Hit me again, I dare you. Again, come on. There you go. The magic of hat. I'm Hat Man. Woo! There's the Cuddles. He moved, so I panicked. I'm not going to shoot at Cuddles because she's outside. Oh no, she isn't outside the claim. She was. If she was outside the claim, it would have gone over and caused a little bit of ouch. Through the nameplate, you can see the sky differently. The clouds look right, but the sky itself gets darkened. And it's so weird. You could do hidden messages with this, I bet. Like invisible ink kind of things. Anyway. So this layer here, well, I'm going to be starting over on this corner. All right. This layer here is this pattern. Bye. That actually wasn't a bad shot, come to think of it. Not to throw my shoulder out patting myself on the back or anything, but that was not too bad of a shot. Hi, Cuddles. Here in about 7 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, something like that, the server is going to restart to clear out some potential lag issues and stuff like that. They do it every 12 hours. Oh, you've got grapes. That's just grape. Sorry. My own punishment is I have something in my eye. There we go. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? All of my stuff I need to do a checklist for the beginning of my streams. The dad joke. Thank you to XBlaze Ninja Zero for summoning it. Have you heard about the Owl Sanctuary job opening? It's all night shifts, but they're all a hoot over there. Waddle, waddle, grapes. Oh no. The duck song. Oops. Have you got any grapes? Have you got any glue? All right. You missed. That last track, I need to sometime in the future go through and figure out which of the tracks are louder than the rest and go in with Audacity and change the volume of all the tracks and resave them to a quieter volume so that there isn't a cacophony of sound whilst everything else is, you know, like this. This is much better volume level. That last one is pretty darn loud. Oh, there it is. 30 seconds until the end of the world. If you had 30 seconds to live, what would you do? Okay, if you knew the clock was counting down, you had 30 seconds. let's do this. Oh, it opened on this monitor. That, and that. And now let's do the votes. There, that's my name. That's my name. Okay. So being human is the ability to identify stairs. Apparently. There's my name. I am human. Oh yeah, prove it. Please click each image containing a main course. Okay, I presume that means meat. What if you're a vegetarian? The apple. Wouldn't that be the main course? Wouldn't the pie be the main course? I don't know. But that's my vote. Minecraft username. I am human. A vote for this server in big chunky text. Because I set my... Actually, for that last one, I could probably scroll back and make the font size smaller for the individual website. Alright, that's my name. Yay! All 5 counted today. Hooray! Huzzah! Alright, there's a paragraph. Help me find out. Maybe if I can. Jump out a window at 5 seconds. That means that you could be flying. The attack chicken is down here. Hello, attack chicken. Rank Master. This is the same thing as typing /ranks. I do believe, though, yeah, Starlight is diamond level. I do believe that, at least for a while, this is the only place where you can get the amethyst rank. I don't know if you can get amethyst rank in the sub-servers. So let's see here. I've never seen Dark Algorithm. I don't know what server they play on. I've never seen them. I've never met Dark Algorithm. Wild. Boop. Oh no, it's an Enderman. Uh-oh, I have to keep my eyes on it. Here, let me teleport away. How dare I use its own spell against it? How do you get on the top players? That is... Okay, if you look over on the right side of my screen, you see that it says Performium, Wild SMP, blank, and then level 54 star. That 54 star, if you are just sitting around, you will get a message from time to time. It hasn't happened to me in a while, so it's bound to happen soon. And you'll get these little fireworks that happen and a sparkly noise, and it says, you've gained 25 experience, keep playing to earn more, or whatever. That experience is Performium levels. Performium levels are useful for this hub. Oh, can't see it in pinball. That's right. That's right. Here, let me hide the pinball. There we go. You can see the levels over on the right. Level 54. Thank you for pointing that out, Cubs. But let me look over someone's head. Starlight's level 81. Mr. Lancelot is level 75. I am level 54. Cuddles is, or level 50, yeah, 54. Cuddles is probably level 57 or 58 or something like that. And what this level is good for is if you come to this NPC here, whose name is Daily Rewards, not only do you get to click on all these, this is daily, anyone can get this. If you have any rank, you get this reward. This is a mystery box, it's random, even if it's 5-star, no matter what rank you are, you can open any of the ones that you get from this guy. No matter what star they are. And I don't think they expire. Maybe they do. Maybe only the ones that you craft don't expire. But anyway, even if you make a level 5 one from this, or get a level 5 one, you can still open it even if you're completely unranked. This is club. As long as you are any club whatsoever, you can unlock this. And that's more XP. And then you get based on your playtime. If you are on for 24 hours on the Performium network and you check every day, you will get 7,201 XP. All you have to do in order to get 1 gem per day is be online for 5 hours and then click on this and you'll get 1 gem for free. Also, if you vote 5 times, what I just did, the 5 vote things, you will get 1 gem for free. That's 2 gems a day, no matter what. And as long as you continue to log in and keep your streak up. Excuse me? Oh. My streak right now is 447 days. You get rewards based on your streak as well. Also, you get a vote streak. My vote streak has recently reset, so it's just going to be 2 days because I'm not caring as much about it because I got bummed out because I got sick and I missed my vote streak should be the same as my streak, and the vote streak reward is massively better than the regular login streak reward, like enormously better. But what you do at these levels is if you click your head, you get rewards for each level. So I am now level 54. So I got that mystery dust. At level 55, I will get 350 gems. You can get gems this way, including there's 5 gems at level 5, 10 at level 10, 25 at level 15, 50 at level 20, so on and so forth. So you can get gems just from leveling up. It's slow, but you do get some. So that's what that is. That's what that level represents. And those top players over there, they just happen to have the most levels. P time at noon. P weather clear. That is what that is. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. My sentiments exactly. But that's just because I drink a lot of coffee and tea. It was a nice try. Oh, aww. Woohoo! My level of archery is gross. Get it? Gross? 144? 12 times 12? Never mind. Okay, you... Must be nighttime. Once I build this layer here, this will all be torched up, and I don't have to worry about everything spawning all the time. As it is, there's a little bit of light that comes up to here, not much. Can I move this over here enough so that... Hey, there, now I can see the whole chat. Just a little bit of... Okay. Alright. Quality of life improvement on my Streamlabs. Since I reset the font sizing to better adapt to my main monitor, I've been just dealing with not being able to see the right couple, the last 2 or 3 letters on the chat portion, on the whole paragraph. So if a chat message was 3 lines, the last 2 or 3 letters of each line, I would just have to guess what people were saying. So I just had this wild thought, maybe if I did a little bit of window manipulation, I could actually read all of chat, and presto, no longer guesswork. I can read it. She understands that sometimes she just gets a little too brain foggy, but still tries to keep working. Some things, like if you're doing a dig site, that's easy. You can be as brain foggy as you want. But if you have to make sure that things line up, like for a build like this, if you have a an extra row or you skip a row like 7 layers down, then you have to undo a lot of blocks to fix an error. And sometimes she just gets too exhausted to be relatively error-free. I mean, everyone does make mistakes. At the beginning of my stream, you saw me goober stuff up, and yesterday I had a bunch of mishaps. But something like this, it's important to try to avoid mistakes when possible. And so she's identified that she's brain foggy enough where it is impeding her ability to stay in front of the mistakes. Oh, that reminds me. I think I found a working data pack that adds the original premise of the Aether dimension, which is what the end was originally meant to be, as a data pack for 120, I think. Maybe Thursday I'll just spend the day going through data pack stuff. It'll still be Minecraft, it just won't be on Performium. Because it is something that I need to do, is stay on top of my proceedings for that. Because if I don't, it's going to be one of those little projects that I want to do but never get around to. And it actually feels like it's got enough traction where I can keep it going. I've just remembered that crazy changing text. I think I can do that on signs on here. I think I can do it in any color too. What might I do with that? Don't wear yourself ragged, Cuddles. Somewhere near one of Zach's areas, there is I think they called it the Impossible Beacon or something like that. And there are a number of hard or impossible to obtain blocks that are part of the beacon. Clearly it was made by way of either command or world edit, but I have tested it because one of the blocks is the skulk catalyst. Had to think of the name. And it is not it is not spreading the skulk. It looks like at one point it was spreading it a little bit, and then they realized what was going on. They had to replace all the nearby blocks with non-naturally placed things. Then once they did that, the only thing that was able to spread when an animal died on or near it is the skulk vein. And I think even that is at its limit. But this is more relevant to what that person is trying to do, or wanting to do anyway. The warden, as I understand it, can only be summoned by these shriekers if it is in the deep dark, and even then I think it's only in the ancient city, or the biome that contains the ancient city. Oh, I did place it. It just went here. Dirt. My hand hurts just reading that. I believe the name of that song is Jenny. No, it isn't. Let's see here. 243 times 243 times 243. 907? Okay. I misremembered. They are correct. I thought it was 937. Clear sky, thunder. Must be those sky quakes. The fun thing about the Menger Sponge is as the iterations go up, say you start with a block and just carve out the sections, and then what you're left with is essentially a tier 1 Menger Sponge. Then you take that and you carve out the little bitty sections in between, and then you're left with a tier 2 Menger Sponge, and you keep doing this over and over again. What happens is the block weighs less and less and less and less and less. It doesn't approach zero weight, but it does slowly reduce in weight. After the first iteration, it is 20/27ths of the original weight. And then you have 20/27ths of that for the next tier, and 20/27ths of that for the next, and so on and so forth, until you get to a point where it kind of normalizes. And yeah, you take out some weight, but the amount that you take out is so arbitrarily small that it doesn't have as much of an impact as the larger sections that you take out. But as you do this, what you're doing is you're increasing the surface area. So if you take a whole cube that is 3 by 3 by 3, then that means that on each side of the cube is a 3 by 3 side. That's 9 square units. The cube has 6 sides. 9 times 3 is 36. But then you turn it into an iteration 1 Menger cube, and the surface area is 8 times 6, so that's 48. But then you add, for this hole here, you get 4 times 6. So the total amount of surface area goes up with each iteration. So you end up with a slowly diminishing volume of weight, but the more iterations you do, the higher the surface area goes, until you end up with this infinite surface area. Well, it's not really infinite, but you know what I mean. Arbitrarily large surface area. That's what makes things like the Menger Sponge and the Sierpinski gasket and stuff like that really, really cool, is the behavior of infinite iterations causing a disparity between volume and surface area. You think I messed up? Where do you think I messed up? Ah! See, this is a prime example of I am also not a perfect being. You're right. I goobered. Thank you for catching that, Cuddles. Let's just go back through and pick up what blocks I can. Don't want to spend too much time picking up the stray blocks, but waste not, want not. That truism of waste not, want not is only a half-truth. Even if you never waste anything ever, you can still find yourself in want. This is Shadow King. Everyone is blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-die. I'm asking if they move and shoot because a mech will move and shoot, and well, ideally it'll move and shoot, or at least it'll move. If it doesn't at least move, it's not a mech, it's a statue. A standard creative server on a big Minecraft network. If there is an SMP, a Skyblock minigames, and a creative, a standard creative server should have, for a normal large population server, which Performium is not, should have about 30-ish players active in the creative server. Should have about 70 in the SMP and about 50-ish in Skyblock, and all the rest should be playing mini games. And the more SMPs and the more Skyblocks and things that there are, the more divvied up, like some people have a population on their townie servers or whatever. But here is the population. It was empty until we both came back over here. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, back to this. Next ring. Thank you for helping me spot the error. Cuddles. That's I'm sure I would have noticed it eventually, but you helped me catch it sooner rather than later. It actually felt like something was off, and I kept looking and going, what's wrong with this picture? But it didn't register because I was in the middle of talking about something else. I bet as soon as I finished what I was talking about, I would have looked more closely at it and gone, don't! I figured that your presence was more than just to punch zombies. That's another reason I was like, why is she over here? And then I looked in chat. Extra pair of eyes. You can write the best book in the world, but you still need an editor. Oops. I was thinking about, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, demonstrating one of the things I used to do on Paint, Microsoft Paint, with fractals. Because, believe it or not, there's a lot you can actually accomplish with Paint if you go pixel by pixel and are patient. And One of the things that I used to do, ah, on the back of my chairs. Ah, there we go. It was back one click. That's what's going on. Ah, that makes my back feel a lot better. Okay. One of the things I used to do was start with a small amount of pixels and then either follow a pattern that I already knew or come up with a new pattern and handcraft three-dimensional shapes that were based on fractal math using just paint. And it takes a little bit of trial and error to get things to line up at first. But once you get a routine going and know exactly where you need to place the next copy pastes, the project goes along a lot smoother. But with the Menger Sponge specifically, you get to enjoy all of the void spaces that you can see through and appreciate just how the shape works. It is a slightly easier way of understanding the three-dimensionality of it than to bring up some sort of program. I mean, now you can just Google an image of a Menger sponge and the top 100 results are going to be some some CG rendered thing, or sometimes a Minecraft build. That's actually slightly more common now because Minecraft lends itself well, oddly enough, to making cube shapes. Who knew? But back when I was doing it on paint and stuff, it wasn't a preponderance of stuff. Google image results were iffy at best. I mean, this was back even before the era of GeoCities. And if you know about GeoCities, it's time for your next batch of ibuprofen. And go down there. Yep, and you go in. Yay! Zombie golf. Oh. You are back. Hi, back. I am Thorn. Ow! Ow! Meanie? Oh, caps lock. Rude. I'm back. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. It's the George Yo-Yo. I'm here. I'm gone. I'm here. I'm gone. Well, good night, George. Thanks for stopping in. Always a pleasure. And I might be able to help with some flattening, maybe. I do want to try to get this all the way up to there by the end of tomorrow. So the more time I can spend on this, the better. But I bet Cuddles would be more than happy to help with flattening an area. Cuddles is famous for loving to dig. As a matter of fact, there she is, almost level 500 mining. The amount of work between 440 and 500 is just enormous in MC Top, so yikes, I have some catching up to do. And I presume that that's late for you. My bedtime is usually around 5 in the morning. Lot of chiseled deep slate, a lot of blocks. There is a story, I believe I want to say it's Arthur C. Clarke. If it's not, then it's probably Isaac Asimov. It's called The 9 Billion Names of God. And what it is there is a religious sect that believes it has figured out what the universal alphabet is. And they believe that to write down all of the names of God will be to either unmake or just it will be some phenomena with respect to either controlling or understanding the universe. And so they set about starting writing down the characters. It starts with A, and then A, B, and so on and so forth, but the equivalent for that alphabet. And at first, it takes an enormous amount of time to fill all these pages because they're writing by hand, and they're saving all of this in these binders or whatever, books, tablets, scrolls, whatever, for the technology of the time. And then at the very end of the story, it's modern times and they're using a computer to help do the writing, and everything is getting printed out and saved in these reams and volumes of the document. And the very last ZZZZZZZZ, or whatever the equivalent is, gets printed, put in the binder, and put on the shelf. And this character, who is just aware of what's going on, but doesn't necessarily believe that they're doing anything of any real vital importance, because what's to say that that is the correct alphabet, or that they're using the right amount of letters. Maybe instead of a 10 character name, it's an 11 character name, and they are missing all the 11 character names, and there's all these what ifs and all that. But then after the last binder is put up on the shelf and printed and all that, he goes outside and he looks up, and without any fuss, all of the stars are winking out of existence in the sky. And the reason I bring this up is, once I finish building this Menger Sponge, well, for one thing, it's going to be the largest single object on the entire server. Definitely the largest single object of the same block. And it isn't arbitrarily placed, it follows a nice pattern and design. And it will have been 3.2 million blocks. Even if I don't turn this into an amusement park, because honestly, this population of this server isn't going to merit me spending a lot of time doing some of the things I was originally planning on doing. But I do want to at least build this, because this is, I love building this. This is great. But I'm going to have that sense of, all right, I put the last page on the shelf. Now what? And then in my mind, even though this is a low population server, I'm probably, at that time, I'm going to be able to just look around and see all the differences that have happened since the beginning of this project until the time it gets finished. All the players that have come and gone, all the claims that have unclaimed or been deleted or whatever over time. And it's just going to be this looking back, this reminiscence of stuff. And the process of building this is going to be largely on stream. I'm going to be able to go back and look at all of the work that I put into this on my YouTube channel. I'll be able to see it. And even though at that point I'm sure I will have as many bajillions of ideas for other projects as I do now, right now me is looking at the potential future me and going, what will I do then? Where will I be? Will I have also finished Undercity at that time? Will I be done with the liminal spaces? What will I be doing on here once I finish with this? Now, instinctively, I know that that's a silly question, because I always have more projects. I have more projects than I can do. So I'm never going to run out. But it's just that little nagging part of my brain that goes, Once that last book is on the shelf and the last name is printed for this project, what does that mean for the universe? When did I start this project and why did I think of it? Well, I thought of it because I love Menger Sponge. Just the math and the simplicity of it, I love it. Yeah, that would be nice, have RGA look at it. But what made me think of it to do on here is because I recognized that because this was a 1.19 server, I had access to the extended build height. And so I could do 243 blocks above sea level. Or I thought at least pretty near. Turns out it is. You can do the full 243 above sea level with room to spare. And that's the magic number for this. It's one of the powers of 3. And so I said it was meant to be. Because I could build something like this on a creative world or on a world where I have world edit powers and stuff like that, and it would be way less fun, way less valuable, I guess I should say. Because this is all materials that are gathered by hand by myself or other players, chiseled deep slate, while some does exist spawned in the world in some of the structures, not enough to build this. This has to actually be not only dug up, but it has to be crafted. And then the work has to go in to put all 3.2 million blocks in place. This is no simple task. And the satisfaction of being able to be at the finished end of it in the far future, or not so far future, but the future, and say, yes, this was done on a public server by hand with gathered resources. This is something that is possible. It feels nice to be able to have something to point at and go, this is what you can do. But I guess the triggering event for deciding specifically to do this was realizing 243 blocks could fit above sea level. I think that is the pivotal decision for why I decided to do this project. Then when I got the idea, I was really concerned that I wouldn't be able to find a place that was relatively close to spawn, but I did. It's within, at least some of it is within 1,000 blocks from spawn. It's right along one of the spawn roads, sorta. So I was very happy to have found a 243 by 243 area that I could do this. Very nice. Now, there are a lot of other projects that I am working on and can work on that are at this scale or bigger. Some of them require a bit more finagling to get to any point where I might call it straightforward. So having a project like this, a massive project where I can just mindlessly or almost mindlessly follow a pattern, does help to lower my stress levels. It gives me an opportunity to work on something where I can, under most circumstances, just talk about whatever I want to talk about, hang out with you guys, and just be building. Yeah, I'll make the occasional mistake. I'm not perfect, and I don't pretend to be. But having something like this gives me options for the days where I don't feel like I have it within me to focus on something else. So I guess one further reason why I decided to do this project is so that I had something that I could get stream time on and be able to I guess mindlessly do stuff. Hold on. I think the cat's just knocked something over. Give me just a second. That is hilarious. The zombie just sitting here. Hi, Cuddles. Here. There you go. Come on, one more. I'm over here. And over here. Come on. Cuddles. Anyway, yeah, well, first off, let's see here. Yeah, good. My mic is making mic noises. The choice for having this as a project, there was always going to be a large repeated project that I was going to have to work on. And it just came down to realizing that this would fit and deciding that this was the project I would be doing. But like I said, there was always going to be something. I just happened to have this on my plate, and here we are. working on a giant Menger Sponge. And just as a reminder, this is the smallest of my mega builds on this server. And that's just on this server. If I really wanted to, I could... Let's see here, this feels... Oh, I see. I didn't do those blocks. If I really wanted to, I could bring up other things that I have been working on or wanting to work on. But when it comes to doing these streams, I kind of want to spend the time working on large scale stuff that can be done on a server. Yes, I have Fly, and that does make doing specifically this build a lot easier. But my largest build, my largest project on here doesn't require Fly at all. It just requires a whole lot of digging. So once this is done, if that other project is also finished, then I can just do another and another and another and another. So on ad infinitum, or at least ad nauseum. All right. Cool. Yeah, using the word smallest and this project as the same sentence and talking about this project as being the smallest, it feels crazy to say it. It feels incorrect. But this is tiny. I mean, it's big. Don't get me wrong. This is a massive thing. But let's do this and go here, eat some glass. So one of my projects is a liminal space that I'm going to cover as much of the server as I can, mostly unclaimed, with this. At every intersection of chunks is going to be this object. The floor is going to be stone slabs. Things won't be able to spawn here. Sure, they can spawn up there and fall down, but this is going to be just solid stone slabs all the way through. And it's going to be this forever. And if this project ever gets done, I can make another layer. My only limitation for this project is I can't do it in someone else's claim. Most people don't come down here to work though, so they'll never see this. Or if they do, they'll pass right through it and go, oh, that's weird, and they'll go off exploring and go, this never ends, this is crazy. Guys, I found thing, and people will go either, oh, you mean that? Or, whoa, what's that? But this is one of my projects. This is the largest of my projects because it's going to take over the entire server, or as much as I can get on it. This is my big project. It's another one that I can just mindlessly go dig, 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 block, 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 dig, 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 block, block, block. And then when it comes to these, I just do the pattern over and over again. No big deal, he says with air quotes. And this over here is Undercity. Well, where Undercity goes. Undercity is bigger than the Menger Sponge, but much, much smaller than this. In fact, Undercity is actually about comfortable size for my large projects. And the reason why I want to do this, you say, but why though? Why not? Because it's there. It's something to do. It's in my brain. I know how to do it. I enjoy doing it. And just the thought of some future person stumbling upon it and going, whoa! Whether they believe it was done by World Edit or know that it was done by hand, they'll still get that whoa out of it. And that's one reason why. Another reason is because this will look so cool once it's done. This whole layer just carved out and turned into this liminal space. That would be so cool, especially because most people, this is going to be their perspective. Here. This is what people will see. They might place a torch down. So it's going to just be this dark, why are there these geometric patterns at the middle of the world everywhere I can see? That will be so cool. I think that is a great reason to do it. How is Undercity bigger than Menger Sponge? Alright, Undercity is 434 by 468. Menger Sponge is 243 by 243. There you go. First, the Undercity is 203,000 claim blocks. Menger Sponge is only 59,000 claim blocks. That's how it is bigger. And also, here, let me, because I do have the save file now, I can go cancel and then single player Undercity Lordaeron. Beep. Not only is the Undercity going to, or the top part of Undercity is going to be this. This is called the Ruins of Lordaeron. Never mind the orange, that's a ruler for measuring. But this is called the Ruins of Lordaeron. That's the city that is above ground. And then underneath this is going to be this thing here, which this is Undercity. Well, this is the outside of Undercity, I guess I should say. So all of this is going to be underneath all of that over there. So it's not even going to be an easy repeated pattern. There's just stuff happening all over the place. But from a player's perspective, this is what Undercity is going to look like. You come in this way through the front gate, And obviously I'm going to beautify this. This is whole blocks and it's hideous, and we have a lot more blocks at our disposal now. But this is the courtyard here. Do. Do. And then you come down this way, and there are these elevator shafts. And then from this point, you fall down here to the bottom of the elevator shaft. I'm going to have bubble elevator, or I might have an actual elevator. Because this is a low population server, I might be able to get special permission to be able to do it, but yeah. And then you're down here in Undercity, and you've got all the districts and all that kind of stuff. Whee! Come down here, this is the trade district, we've got the auction house area there, and then you come out to the outer rings, and you've got the 4 quarters. Out here, and you've got all these little shops, and these shops I'm going to be putting in villagers that have jobs that are relevant to what the shops are in World of Warcraft. All these little booths and things back here. And this is going to be water. It's not going to be all emerald blocks, but there is going to be emerald, slime, lime glass, maybe green glass, but green glass feels like it might be too dark. But then there's also going to be water so that you can boat around. And then there are these other parts, and this is weird looking. It's going to be a lot more detailed when it comes to the actual finished build. I believe this spot here in actual World of Warcraft, I think this is where you show up if you do the portals from somewhere like Shatrath City to Undercity. I think this is where you end up in Undercity, is right here, I think. Oops. I would have to look that up again. And yes, it's going to take a long time to do. And that just means I'm never going to run out of things to do. I always have something. Oh no. That is a lot of iron, yes. I have to relaunch my launcher. That's baloney. That is a lot of iron, sure. But it's not an impossible amount of iron. And I can, if it feels like I'm not going to be able to get enough iron blocks to do that, I could use diorite. I could use bone blocks. I have a bone block farm. So that's not going to be a huge issue. The iron is just a placeholder. Definitely won't be using sandstone. Heck, I could, if I really wanted to, I could probably use end stone. It just needs to be a whitish color. Alright, multiplayer. Don't give me that nonsense this time about... Yeah. Hey, there's Grunthal. Don't know this one. There's Layla, Real-Time MC. Don't know this one. Oh, it's David Pugh. Hey, it's Darth Chicken! Look at all these AFKers who got booted off of Candy. Time at noon. The weather clear. You may not be able to help me with the building cuddles, but you are helping with the clearing, and that's kind of vital. The clearing and also the gathering of materials, things like that. There's lots of things you can do to help that don't involve building. But even with that, you could always work on other things. There, like I said, there's the liminal space that all needs to be dug out and turned into stone slabs and everything else. There's always something. And for all I know, before even this project gets done, Mac and RGA might go, no one's really on Wild. I'm just going to delete it. And if that happens, I will, depending on how long it takes. If that happens soon, then I'll probably be taking a break from Performium. And instead I will be working on my Patreon server. If it takes a long time and Wild is around for a good number of years and I am able to do a lot of projects and stuff, then I might migrate to, I might migrate to whatever is next. It depends on my mood at the time and what they have decided to do with the infrastructure. Because as far as I'm concerned, even though it happened half a year ago, they just closed down Dock and sent us all over to Wild, to here, or anywhere else, anywhere but the 7 servers that were shut down. And everyone had to figure out what they were doing. A lot of people quit the server. We lost about 130 players because of them shutting down those 7 servers. An average of 130-ish, 120 to 130 players at the same time are just gone. The number has just vanished. Oops. And if they do that again very soon, it's probably going to be shooting themselves in the foot. And I bet they know this from a business standpoint, so they're probably not going to yank the rug out from under Wild for at least a couple of years, I would expect. This server is only one version behind the brand new Sparkling Candy server anyway. This is 119 and Candy's 120. There are a lot of other servers that they could take the axe to if they need space. They could reset the creative server. They have a number of years worth of builds that are just occupying memory or disk space. They could very easily take that out and start that from scratch. And yeah, a lot of people will go, but my builds, well, were you using them? I haven't seen you on creative for, let's see here, last seen 3 years ago. So I'm not terrified that they're going to be deleting Wild anytime soon, as far as a normal person would say soon, but for me, soon is anytime. I still play video games that I played back in 1993. So I like consistency. I've played on servers that have not gone down since they were put up. But those sorts of servers tend to have more troublesome populations. I like these small servers, like Performium. I prefer them. The population is more closely knit. And also, the secondary, the older sub-servers that are on the networks, like for instance, the network is Performium, the new server is Candy, so the older servers are anything Wild and before. The community on the sub-servers that are slightly older than the newest and freshest are a more close-knit kind of community. Everybody tends to know each other, and we tend to stick up for each other and all that kind of stuff. Sort of tribalism, so to speak. Who needs factions when you have a family of players? But the fact that, yes, eventually this server is going to get deleted does not bother me. In fact, it's part of the beauty of doing these big, giant projects, whether they get finished or not. Ow. Ow, twice. Ow, 3 times. Here, just finish yourself off, thank you. The thing about them is the projects are precious because they are going to, for sure, get deleted at some point in the future. That's what makes them precious. Good night, George. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Always a pleasure. I know I said goodnight to you earlier, but you decided to stay up later. And I appreciate every moment of it. I thought I heard a creeper. Those rustling leaves getting ready to make new nutrition so that a new creeper plant can grow. Oops. Oh yeah, the volcano. Man, for sure the ocean would have been drained at this point, and we would have been working on the volcano itself. I bet by now I would be coming up with the smaller designs for the custom biomes that I was going to be putting around the base. And imagine how many claim blocks we'd have. And while it is psychologically, it can sometimes be useful to think about what was and what could have been and all that kind of stuff. It is more useful to try to figure out what can be and what will be. Decide where you're going to put your energy. It's your energy after all. And if you're using it on things that aren't going to ultimately make you happy, satisfied, safe, fed, that sort of thing, then it is time to assess your choices and see what changes you can make to improve your situation. That's why when I make these choices on what sorts of projects to make, I could have continued working on the terraining for Varanya's castle. They haven't even noticed. They don't come on here. They don't care. What little time they do have, they're spending on candy. And they're happy, and that's all that matters. The shelf life of a squatter is short. And I call them squatters. They hop on a server because that's the hip thing to do, and then when the server closes down and everyone migrates to a new one, they migrate with them. They're squatters. They don't live here. This is not their residence. It's not their server. So I could spend all of my time working on projects for squatters or potential squatters, people who go, yeah, I want you to work on this and yada yada yada, and then they never come back. It feels awful to put in all that work for someone else and it just turned fallow. If I'm going to put in a lot of work and watch a project go to craps, it might as well be my own project. At least I enjoy putting my projects together. And I enjoy the challenge of trying to get it done. So there are a number of things that I get out of doing these big projects for myself. And for you guys, it gives me things to stream for you guys. Sorry, I was clicking on some things over on Incremental. You may have just noticed that I bunked my head up under the rail and then slid along it before I went back to what I was working on. And there's a reason for that. If you do not make sure that your top pixel is the same in multiple block columns at the same time, then it will set your top pixel up one. Right now I can just, without a thought in the world, just glide under all of these without bonking my head. But if I do this, I come down here and I fly up like this and I come straight out, then there's a high probability that it's not going to do it right now because obviously I'm streaming, so that would just be too easy. But there's a high probability that if you do this and you go under just a single block like this and then come out, that you won't be able to go back in to another block. Because I'm streaming, though, it's not going to cooperate and I won't be able to demonstrate it, but you'll have like a micropixel too much height and you'll just go outside of the block and try to go back in and bonk, and then you'll just be sliding alongside. So what I do is I fly up underneath multiple blocks and make sure that my head adjusts down to where it needs to be so that I can go sideways. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes, like right now, oh, maybe it's because it's north-south versus east-west issue. That might be it. But sometimes your head fits under and it's not a problem. You don't have to think about it, but it's just a habit that's ingrained in me now. I don't know why, but this song makes me remember that I have a coffee drink. So I think what I'm going to do is just finish off this layer that I'm on right now for today's stream, and then leave the last 4 layers for tomorrow, and then I will have finished the first 3 tier 4 Menger sponges. Turtles make a sandstorm? What? Wait. Let me see. Oh, are they not doing it right now? Eggs! Nice. Flappy, 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 flappy. Flappy, 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 flappy. Okay, so which one of you are going to do it? Is it you who's going to lay the egg? Or is it you? Or is it both of you? Okay, that's cute. Did it actually dig out a block? Or does it just make a sandstorm? Let's see here. That's the front. Well, that's comforting. At least they're not deleting sand. That would seriously cut into the amount of sand available, because if you want to have a lot of scoot, you've got to trade off sand every time. That would be awful. So I'm giving myself until the end of the year to figure out what I'm going to do with that new claim that Dino gave me right at spawn. If I can get some cooperation from Ruby 711, Popcorn Cool, and Shy Clown, I could very easily have, and also Dead Man Walking, I think. I could very easily have a route that just connects from here to there. And if I can get from here to there, I can easily enough, I think, continue on all the way down to Undercity in just one continuous, albeit circuitous, loop. Because it'll have to spiral out from spawn and go around the behind of parts of people's builds, and then come up either under or behind this. But I think that it is reasonably feasible to get at least a little bit of coordination there. But the problem is, I would have to get a consensus from all four of them, and the hardest, I think, is going to be Shy Clown. Right now, I'm still waiting for here hold my hobo. Haha, I didn't have to look it up, it's in my brain. To come on and unclaim their thing here in front of this build. So I have other things on my plate at the moment, but depending on if I can make a route that goes all the way through, I have a number of different possible ideas for that claim, and what I do with it will be determined on whether or not I can have a continuous roadway. I have a few ideas for the roadway, I have a few ideas for roadway not possible, so we'll see. You're back. Hey, Thorn. Hey, what's up, George? I thought you were a snooze by now. It do be after midnight for me. Well, then that's great. I can craft anvils all day. I can get you some anvils. Remind me tomorrow. Me or Cuddles. Anvil's not a problem. It's hoppers that are the issue. Just remember you have to have something under the anvil because they obey gravity. I see you, green guy. I showed off my creeper blanket that I made. I think I did. I think I showed off a bunch of my crochet stuff. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, thank you for rejoining to say that, George. Good night, get rest, all that kind of stuff. There is always tomorrow. And if there isn't tomorrow, then you don't have to worry about it anyway. Goodbye. Ah, I almost joined him. Tater. I think this weekend I want to try for a sort of a simplish meal, like, I don't know, hot dogs and fries. Cheese fries sound great. I think our Walmart carries those bags of seasoned fries, so I don't even think we need to make our own fries. We can just get a frozen bag of just pre-seasoned fries or curly fries or something. Oops. No excessive work put into it, just pop it either in the oven or, in my case, the microwave, because I like my fries to be a lot less crisp. Yeah, it sounds like an idea. I'll run it by the committee and see what the thoughts are. Actually, come to think of it, because she has had that dental work recently, she can't even be having super crunchy stuff, or at least for another half week to a week. So, nice gooey cheese fries are probably going to be perfect. That also means the other thought that I was having, meatloaf, is out of the question because meatloaf can have those hard bits in it. And one of her extractions required some stitches to hold the collagen plug in place. So crunchy food is a no. Pudding, yogurt, mashed potatoes, gooey things. Also, she can't have hot stuff. She can have room temperature stuff, so we can make the food and let it cool down. I think out of accidental solidarity on my part, I have not been consuming foods that she can't consume right now. And so already my normal diet doesn't have lots of hard food. I can't chew nuts and stuff like that anyway. But now it's even more well-tailored towards my dental needs. I'm enjoying this. We've got pudding and ice cream and yogurt and mashed potatoes and pasta and stuff like that. Soup. That's that layer done. Getting there. Very close. So the plan for tomorrow is to do the last 4 layers. Now, a lot of 2 of the layers are already done. I don't have to put in these rows. These are easy. They are just all the way across. I don't have to worry about it. But they do make it so that I have this head bunk to concern myself with for when it comes to building in the rest of this stuff here. So there is that to worry about, but it's not too bad. But I'm going to save the rest of these layers, the last 4 layers, for tomorrow's stream. And hopefully I will be able to get all 3 of these tier 4 Menger Sponges done. Who are we talking to? Ah. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. I am happy with the progress that I made today. Got to see some interesting mechs. Got to hang out with you guys and got to make some headway on this project here. I'm happy. So, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you very much for watching, hanging out, spending time, chatting, helping, everything that you guys do. I love it tremendously, and I'm very grateful for having you along for the ride. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them in the comment section below. You could message me on Discord, but you know, engagement on YouTube brings people to my channel, so if you have a message about my stuff on my streams or videos, then do put the message on the stream or video. Makes things a lot, I was right, 57, a lot better for the algorithm, ye old algorithm. If you like this stream or video, like what I'm doing here, leave a like. Even if you don't like it, leave a like, please. That would be helpful. And also remember to subscribe so that you know when my future stuff comes out. Ring the bell and all that. I have a Discord, like I had mentioned before. You can join it by following the link in the description, and remember to pick a role. When you do, you'll have access to all the stuff going on my Discord. And lastly, I have both a Patreon and a Streamlabs link down below as well, if you would like to help support the stream and the channel in that sort of way. Streamlabs is more of a one at a time kind of warden head, a one at a time donation, whereas Patreon is ongoing. You can do $1, $2, that sort of thing every month. But that's basically it. I have other things I need to do tonight, so my night is still young, but I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. It's been a little over 4¼ hours for this stream, and I'm, like I said, I'm happy with the progress. So I'm going to talk to you later. Thank you once again for watching. That over there is Little Cuddles. This is Thorn of Night. This has been the Performium Wild SMP, which you can join at mc.performium.net. And I will be back on here doing stuff every single week. At least once a week I'll be streaming on here, probably up to 3 times a week. And if you want to join and do stuff on the server, you can as well. It is free, and it's always open and available. But anyway, I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much once again for watching This is Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later.